This is Apollo Control at 48 hours into the Apollo 11 mission.
I think we
Spacecraft is 160,760 nautical miles from Earth. Distance from the Moon is 64,115 nautical miles. Earth reference velocity 3,529 feet per second. The rest period has now lasted an hour, longer than the 10-hour period scheduled. It's extended to 11 hours now. Flight surgeon says there are indications that the commander, Neil Armstrong, may be awakening, some stirring around. However, we have not yet put in a call to the crew. The mid-course correction 3 is scheduled this afternoon at an elapsed time of 53 hours 54 minutes has been canceled. The velocity value for that mid-course is only 0.8 of a foot per second. So we will not do mid-course correction number 3. We'll continue to stand by for either a call from the ground or a call from the spacecraft.
Telcom, Capcom on Motor 2.
Go ahead.
Hey, do you have any sort of a intelligible listing of what's on the LEM uplink modes, like mode 7 and mode 3 specifically?
Sure.
Pardon me?
Sure do.
Oh, okay.
You want to take a look at the listing on those?
Could I, please?
Yeah, just a second. I'll bring one down.
Okay.
All stations seek STM. We have live data from Madrid. Flight Econ.
Gary Econ.
We have data back now.
Okay. Surgeon flight.
Go flight.
You have good data now?
We have no data at the moment.
want a better feel for whether they're weak.
Affirmative.
Stand by. Let me see what the last look in the background was.
Flight Capcom.
Go, Capcom.
Yeah, we had a wastewater dump scheduled for 48 hours. Obviously, we aren't going to make that.
Capcom contact.
Is anybody standing by to photograph this or anything like that?
Yeah, I think that's all been coordinated, that it might be a little late. Econ flight,
Flight Econ.
what percentage of wastewater?
What do you want, Capcom?
Yes, sir. Madrid contact just reported that he's receiving a voice downlink subcarrier now.
No,
Maybe
okay,
the getting ready
thank
to
you.
contact
Thank
me
you.
shortly.
At that time.
Okay.
Run a little behind it.
So when they do wake up, they just start it when it's convenient, or do we want to pick another time and put the word out to the world?
I don't know, Capcom. Check on it.
Okay.
Flight 30.
Go ahead.
I look. Last look there, it was still like I said. I think Buzz is awake, but the other two are asleep.
Okay.
Afternoon office, Mrs. Real.
Flight
Good morning, Mr. Real.
Good morning. Yes.
Got data back.
Charlotte?
Flight, I think.
No.
Okay, if anybody's looking for me, I'm over here in the third floor motor, 5618.
Okay, let me see. 5618.
Okay, Capcom.
Okay.
Okay, bye now.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, Flight.
Why don't you give them a call? Let's see.
Okay, and Madrid is reporting that they're receiving a voice subcarrier. No modulation yet, but they've turned it on.
Okay.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Good morning, Houston, Apollo 11.
Hey, good morning, Apollo 11.
High space. Be getting around to the Charlie. How's everything look up here from the ground?
Great. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Capcom.
Yeah, I was suddenly dead. Excuse me.
You're dead?
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Roger, say again, please.
Roger, out of all our systems. Let's go.
They all look great.
Roger, they're looking great, and as far as we can tell, everything is good from down here, over.
Looks like the attitude held up real well during peak.
Yes, it did. We were showing you remaining well within a circle of 10 degrees radius throughout the night. Seems to be working beautifully.
Well, the old green team this morning. Did you have a quiet night?
Yeah, it was a very quiet night. Down here, the old black team was complaining they didn't get a chance to make any transmissions. Ron Evans is getting...
Well, we'll be seeing them tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, Ron's getting to be known as the silent Capcom.
That's the best kind, Brad.
Okay.
Capcom flight. Go ahead, flight. You have everything you need now in terms of any flight plan updates from FAO?
Roger, except for the possible question of that bit about the time for the wastewater dump.
I don't think we have to designate a particular time. Stand by one. It is convenient, Capcom. That's okay.
Roger. And when you feel up to copying 11, I've got a couple of small items in the way of a flight plan update and your morning consumables update. Over. Roger 11. We'd like to perform a wastewater dump at your convenience sometime in the near future here. No particular time scheduled. Down there at the time for mid-course correction 3, which is about 53:55, we're deleting mid-course correction number 3 and all the items associated with it. For your information, the calculated value of the burn for mid-course number 3 was 0.8 of a foot per second. That is 0.8 feet per second. Canceling this, if we decide to burn mid-course correction 4, this would then give you a burn for mid-course correction 4 of 2.0 feet per second. At 53 hours, we have an IMU Reline P52. We're requesting that you do this while in PTC, and we plan to continue PTC throughout the day. Over.
Anyone get to the wait?
Say again, please. You're cutting out.
Roger.
Hey, contact Capcom. Is that these Vogas in the loop that are causing the problem?
It could be, sir. Let me check.
If they are, why don't you take them out?
I will.
What? Hours and
Flight account.
Do we have a low signal strength or something?
11, this is Houston. Stand by a minute, please. We're having difficulty receiving you.
We've got low bid right now.
Can we get a better Omni?
We're about at optimum for where we are flying, unless we don't have the crew switch.
Flight Capcom.
Go Capcom.
It sounds to me like these Vogas are in the circuit and they're not keying properly. I asked Comtech to check and take them out if they're in.
Capcom contact?
Yes, indeed.
Right, sir. It's out of line now. It's out of bypass, and it was breaking up.
The battery charge.
Were they in?
Yes, sir. They were in.
Okay. Apollo 11, this is Houston, radio check over.
Roger, Houston, reading loud and clear. How may I help?
Roger, reading you the same. We did a minor reconfiguration down here. Stand by, out.
This is Apollo Control. That first conversation was with Buzz Aldrin and Mike Collins joined in. We've not yet heard from Neil Armstrong.
This is Houston. We've switched your Omni antennas as you roll through the appropriate position. Did you copy the flight plan update items? Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Apollo 11, go ahead.
Roger 11, did you copy the flight plan update items, over?
Roger, how do you read me now, Bruce?
Loud and clear now.
Okay, the battery charge is in the process now, and the wastewater dump is in work. MCC3 has been canceled. It would have been 0.8 feet per second. MCC4 now looks like about 2.4 feet per second. At around 53 hours, we'll do a P52 and PTC. Over.
Roger 11, the magnitudes of the mid-course corrections were just for your information, but mid-course 4 was down around 2.0 feet per second. Again, for your information, on SPS chamber pressure, it looks like your on-board readout of 87 psi corresponds to 92 psi by our telemetry, and your value of 89 on board corresponds to 94. Over.
Stand by 1, Capcom. Flight network. They're going to hand over to the prime. Go ahead.
We lost power amplifier at the wing. We're handing over to the prime.
Still Madrid, isn't it?
That's affirmative.
Go ahead and give her another try, Capcom.
Apollo 11 Houston, radio check on a new power amplifier in our transmitter. Over.
Roger, read you loud and clear. How may I help?
Roger, loud and clear. Did you copy my notes on SPS chamber pressure?
Negative.
Okay, just for your information again, it appears that your readout of 87 psi corresponds to our corrected TM readout of 92. That's 92 psi, and 89 on board is really 94 psi. Over.
Roger, I got you. We're reading about 5 psi low.
Roger, and you ready for the consumables update?
Ready to copy?
Okay, consumables update for GET of 46 plus 00 minus 5.5. minus 6.5%, minus 2.5%, minus 7.5%, minus 5.0%, minus 2 pounds hydrogen, plus 1 pound oxygen. And that minus 5.5% on the RCS total corresponds to minus 66 pounds. Over.
Okay, I copy those, and I'll give you our percentages now. Alpha 82, Bravo 84, Delta 85, Delta 87. Over.
This is Houston. We copy your percentages, and you have a crew status report on sleep for us.
Roger, in descending order 8, 9, and 8. Over.
Houston, roger out.
What's descending order? Is that CDR, CMP, LMP? Roger. Sergeant Flight?
Flight?
Sergeant, is that clear to you?
I would interpret the descending order as Capcom gave it to you, yes. I think that's close enough.
That would be Armstrong
And that seems
8,
to confirm
Collins
what we saw.
9,
I'm
Aldrin
sure
8.
CMP got the most sleep.
Okay.
Flight Econ?
Okay.
They're got a master alarm due to low cryo pressure. Tank 102.
Houston, we're getting cryo pressure around 1 now in the middle of stern up the bus.
Copy, Tom.
Roger, we copy.
Roger, it's called a stern at flight.
Yes, where's this?
This is Apollo Control. The flight surgeon reports that is not a record for sleep. The Apollo 10 crew, during one rest period, logged 10 hours of sleep.
contact Capcom.
Go ahead, sir.
Why don't you inquire of the active site, I guess Madrid, if they're receiving at the site music on their downlink.
All right, sir. Will do, sir.
Okay.
Capcom contact.
Go ahead.
Roger, they say negative. No music coming down from the spacecraft.
Okay, and
It must be on the long line between us and Madrid.
I'm hearing Polynesian style music and stuff like that in the background. I guess it's on the lines.
Yes, sir. It's on the long line, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Flighty com.
Go ahead.
The wastewater dump is terminated, and I'd like to drop off for
Okay. What percentage is it?
20.5.
GNC, Capcom, Mocha 1.
Go ahead, Capcom.
Yeah. Are you going to be watching this PTC now to see what effect, if any, that wastewater dump had on it?
That's firm. We've seen some effect already.
Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
Looks like this water dump has affected PTC. We're seeing the yaw is starting out. It's about 14 degrees right now. We're watching it. It may turn. We're not sure. Have we done this before, PTC? Not to my knowledge. Flight. I'll check and see if we did it on Apollo 10. But I don't think we have.
Houston, Apollo 11. Got the Africa rate facing toward us right now, and of course everything's getting smaller and smaller. Time goes on, the Mediterranean is completely clear. The sun looks like it's about to set around Madagascar. The equatorial belt rapid is head out quite early. Dark green, multicolored green, the sandy colors, southern Africa, the rather remarkable cloud here in the vicinity of the border of Afghanistan, Pakistan. It's about to sunset now.
We have the auto RCS jets disabled, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. That's firm.
And do you think it'd be appropriate to comment to him at this time that BTC seems to have been disturbed somewhat by the wastewater dump?
Yeah, you can tell him that. Tell him we're watching it. We'll get back with him in a few minutes.
11, this is Houston. The noise on the comm seems to have quieted down now. I guess that we rotated a new antenna into view and probably also the Earth out of view in your window. Over.
Okay. It looks as though the length of the shadow of that cloud is about the same as the width of the Persian Gulf.
Okay, we copy the width of the Persian Gulf. And I guess that all I can give you firsthand is a single isolated data point, and that is that it was clear here in Houston this morning. That's a pretty localized observation. As a result of your wastewater dump, it looks like the PTC mode has been disturbed somewhat. We're showing you about 20 degrees out in pitch right now and about 6 degrees in yaw, which is significantly greater, about twice as much, a little more than twice as much as the deviation you had prior to the wastewater dump. We're watching it down here, though, and we'll let you know if we think any corrective action is required. Over.
Okay, maybe we ought to next time split that in half and do half of it on one side and half on the other, something like that.
Yeah, we could do that. We were actually pretty interested in seeing what the effect on PTC would be of the wastewater dump. We don't recall ever having performed a wastewater dump during PTC on previous missions, so.
Well, now we know.
Roger.
Flight FAO. Go ahead. Flight, one little thing we'd like to have them do, just out of curiosity, since they don't have much to do, and if you look out the optics and see how much the water dump disturbs the optics also. Once or twice. We always been assuming that you have to wait to do an hour after a water dump. We just did a water dump. So we look at the optics and maybe see if they see any particles floating around outside the optics.
I guess we could, but it seems to me like on Apollo 8, we got indications that it did, didn't we?
I did not hear that.
I thought so.
Yeah, this is Capcom. I was under the same impression. It seemed to me that we came up with this hour figure based on right, the results from Apollo 8.
Okay. Just trying to think of little things to keep them happy, busy.
They sound rather happy.
I imagine they're going to be going over procedures and checklists and stuff.
GNC.
Go ahead.
The CR rate is decreasing. We're hoping that we might turn the corner here. It's about 21.5 degrees right now.
Is that the highest it's been?
It's firm.
Okay.
Houston. We lost you down in the noise on the comm mic here. About the time you were describing the single cell cloud formation over Afghanistan, Pakistan area through the section. Over.
Right, it came through a lot clearer through the section than with the monocular, and you could definitely tell it was a one single cell in the latter stages of development. It must have gone up to over 50,000 feet, though. Eastern Mediterranean is phenomenally clear. You see all the lakes, the Dead Sea stood out quite well.
Roger, what appears to be the limit of resolution through that sextant from your current position? Over.
Well, I can't see it right now. It's outside the field of view.
Roger.
And I don't know how you'd really describe the limit of resolution. I'll think about that a little.
Okay, I guess the smallest object that you could pick out looking through it would give us pretty good access.
Well, you can see the Nile River going almost up to its source. The lake is obscured by clouds, so you can trace it all the way on up.
Roger.
I guess that's down, though, isn't it?
Hey, Bruce, this is Ken.
Yeah, Ken.
How are things going?
Pretty good. They just woke up.
It's a tough day, huh?
Yeah, hard day tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a long one.
Sound like yours, Ken, that you just wake up?
No, I've been in a meeting all morning, Fredo.
What meeting?
I'm trying to learn some things.
Okay. I'll let you talk to Fred here.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Apollo 11, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we've been working under the assumption that it would take about an hour for the interference from a wastewater dump to dissipate to the point where you could reasonably take star sightings for platform alignment navigation or something of this sort. If you have a spare minute or two, could you comment on the observation conditions now? Over.
Yeah, stand by one, Bruce.
Okay.
My guess would be the telescope's probably pretty useless, but you can differentiate in the section between water droplets and stars by the difference in their motion.
Okay, Mike, and I guess that we've still got, what you're saying is we've still got a lot of water droplets visible, but you can pick them out and distinguish in the section there.
Right, I think so, but Buzz is looking through it now. Just a second.
Oh, okay.
actually very few small particles in the back.
Roger, Buzz. How about the telescope? Is it useful now?
Well, it's not quite as useful. It never seems to be, depending on the position of the sun. It's got that band that seems to go across the center. I don't think it's because of the wastewater particles that it would lack its effective color.
Roger, what is this band? Something that's deposited on the outside of the optics, or?
It's sort of reflection from the sun.
Roger.
Sun bounces off the lamp structure. With a lamp attached, that telescope is just about useless. Those star charts that MPAT provided us, I think, would be most useful if we had to use the, for some reason, we had to mark through the telescope. We could use those as a guide for what we're looking at and say, well, that bright blob over there has got to be that star because that's the position we're in. But so far, we've been, or at least I've been unable to pick out any decent star pattern while dark with the lamp using the telescope.
This is Houston. We copy.
Flight Capcom, you copy that on the section and the telescope?
Captain, contact Alice.
Go ahead, contact.
All right, sir. Are you still monitoring that? This isn't music. It's some kind of a voice on air ground. And is it objectionable to you now? If it is, we can switch lines.
I'm still getting it. It's not particularly objectionable, no.
All right, sir. If anytime it does become objectionable to you, like give us a yell and we'll change lines on you.
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir.
Flight GNC. Sort of angle you have now. Okay, we've got 30-some degrees flying. They're going up then.
This is Apollo Control at 49 hours, 7 minutes into the mission. Apollo 11 is 163,040 miles from Earth. Velocity 3,476 feet per second.
Fido flight. No flight. Go ahead. Yeah, we can check. Okay, GSC. Roger, flight. Okay. ECOM, flight.
Flight ECOM.
Check one.
Roger.
Okay, Fido. Hey, Fido, just leaning back over the console there. Check with those two guys. They're the only ones that are really concerned with this thing. If you're going to do this, that's all. Very good. As long as I do that.
Fan, meet ASD on ASD conference.
Good morning, Commander Mechanic Fred Hayes there.
Yes, he is.
May I?
You may.
Thank you.
How's your angle? Okay, we started to come back down. The angle's about 20,
Fred Hayes,
4 degrees
Capcom, motor
angle
dive.
on the cone. We're coming. How about the rate? The rate's
Fred Hayes, Capcom, motor dive.
So it's
Fido, Capcom, motor dive.
a half
Hi
high
there. Hey, got a phone call up here for
And,
Fred.
we think we're going to be okay. We're just going to end up coning at this 23 degree to 24 degree half angle.
Okay.
We've turned 2 corners so far, and we're looking for the 3rd one now.
How many corners do you have?
We have 4.
Okay.
I found your headset. How you want?
FAO, Capcom, SSR2. FAO, Capcom, SSR2.
Negative, and this morning was the first time I'd ever heard anything about it.
Roger. Thank you.
Zediker may know more about it or something, but I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
This morning.
Yeah, hey, just for a drill, would you check with Madrid and see if they are still receiving the voice subcarrier from the CSM? I guess that's the 30 kc subcarrier.
Do you mean the 1.25 voice subcarrier, sir, from the CSM?
Yeah, the voice subcarrier. That's all right. I thought it was 30 kilohertz.
No, so that's the uplink, sir.
Oh, okay, right.
No,
I just want to make sure that we haven't lost comm or something.
All right, sir, will do. Captain, contact.
Yes, indeed.
Director, they say they are still receiving the subcarrier, sir.
Okay, and tell you what, at least while we're on here during these periods of low activity, if we have no transmissions, if you could give me a yell about every half hour that we still have the
do, sir.
Okay.
Houston, Apollo 11, over.
Go ahead, Apollo 11. Apollo 11, this is Houston, go ahead.
98, over.
Roger, we're reading you loud and clear.
Roger. Roger, you're coming back a little scratchy. It looks like our O2 flow transducer has gotten a good bit worse. I just looked at it with the last water accumulator cycle, and it just barely registered, barely crept up above 0.3, over.
Roger.
ECOM, what? You copy that?
I did.
Do you notice the same thing?
We were on low bit rate then, and couldn't see the last one. I watched to see what the next one was like.
Okay, when's the next one? About 10 minutes?
Roger, flat, they occur every 10 minutes on the 10-minute mark.
This is Capcom. We could ask him for a manual one if you needed it, couldn't we?
I think we can stand by till the next cycle. Do you have high bit rate now?
Not yet, like.
Is this the sort of behavior we'd expect from this transducer? If it's continuing to get worse, anybody after that?
Probably. But we'll just have to watch it for a while.
11, this is Houston. At the time of your cyclic accumulator stroking, we were on low bit rate data and consequently not receiving the O2 flow parameter. We expected what you're seeing is probably nominal. That is probably what we would expect from a transducer that's malfunctioning in this fashion. It's probably just going to keep on getting worse like that. Nothing to worry about. We'll monitor things on the ground here. Over.
Okay, it does look like it's gradually degrading to about zilch.
Roger, we copy.
This is Apollo Control at 49 hours 52 minutes. Apollo 11's distance from Earth is 164,558 nautical miles. Its velocity is 3,441 feet per second.
Econ flight.
Flight Econ.
Have you seen a accumulator cycle?
No, the last one was during about the time of the Omni switch. Both these things are running about 10 minutes apart, so we're on low bit rate, and that flow rate's not on low bit rate.
Okay.
We'll probably have to wait a while until one of them gets a little bit off 10 minutes when we get back around where it's in high bit rate portion of it.
Okay.
Flight Econ.
Go Econ.
What we've seen up to this time on accumulator cycles does not indicate any difference from what we've seen before. Whereas the accumulator cycles that we have seen this morning are the same as they were yesterday.
You mean you saw the same increase in flow indication?
Roger, Flight is based on our chart recorder data back there. Flight Econ.
Go Econ.
Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean there's no change in it. We are going to look at it as soon as we can get it.
Okay. And do you have the checklist for the IVT today?
Roger. I'll bring it up.
When you get a chance.
Okay.
All right.
We'll be on 85 for that band.
Okay, I'm not certain what you're talking about, but Larry probably does. I'll tell him.
Okay, he asked me whether we were going to be on the 210 or the 85, and the answer is we're going to be on 85.
Okay, I'll pass it on to him. Thank you.
contact.
Econ flight.
Flight Econ.
When they run the secondary leak check, secondary leak test,
Roger.
do they turn the pump on?
No, they don't flight.
So what are you checking?
The radiator. We just,
Checking for leaks on the radiator?
yes.
Capcom contact. Capcom contact.
This is Apollo Control at 50 hours 16 minutes. Apollo 11 is now 165,346 nautical miles from Earth, traveling at a velocity of 3,423 feet per second. Flight controllers report all systems well within the normal range and operating very satisfactorily.
Capcom contact.
Go ahead, contact.
Brez has been requesting that we give him a downlink subcarrier reading every 30 minutes during these periods of low activity. Do you want that?
Yeah, I guess I'm the one that requested it.
Okay. We just had one, and still got a good downlink voice subcarrier.
Still there. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Capcom contact.
Go ahead.
Okay, on this other thing that we were talking about earlier, dual air to ground during the lunar stay.
Correct.
Okay, I talked to the telemetry people, and they say that at that time, that the only way that they can get biomed down is from the active site itself.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that if we tried to split, we'd lose biomed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In that case, we probably better stick with the procedure that we worked up where we disable at the site.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Capcom, I don't even know anything about it.
Okay, well, I'm in a position to give you a little bit of information here. I talked to Wally Teague a few days ago on the subject, and if I'm not mistaken, also to Bob Newt. And
that's my FD2 back. This is Bob Newt back here.
Oh, yeah, okay. Hey, Bob. Yeah, I talked to Teague, and he contacted Dr. Kovar, K-O-V-A-R, in SNAD, and he got some exposures, used black and white film, magazine U, 80 millimeter lens, Infinity F8 exposures of an 1/8 of a second, a half, 1, 2, 4, and 8 seconds. And I understand we had a procedure worked up for Apollo 8 and one for Apollo 10. And talking to Cliff Charlesworth this morning, he seemed to think that we may well cancel mid-course 4, and it might be a nice thing to do, so I think we ought to start getting our ducks in line.
Okay, I'll round up everything and see what we have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Bruce.
Roger, thank you.
Capcom flight.
Yes, sir.
How about a radio check?
Roger, my goals.
Preferably with the CDR. I'd like to hear. Fine.
This Apollo Control at 50 hours, 40 minutes. Apollo 11
Okay, he's probably got
is 166,135 miles from Earth. Capcom is going to take a radio check here, I think, with the crew.
Apollo 11 CDR, this is Houston, radio check, over.
Roger, Houston, CDR loud and clear.
Roger, we're reading you the same, out.
And would you check with FAO and see where that errata sheet is? We haven't been able to locate that.
Roger, I understand it's supposed to be the facts page in Buzz's operations checklist.
Okay.
FAO is the Flight Activities Officer. Apollo 11's velocity is 3,404 feet per second. Spacecraft's still in the passive thermal control mode, rotating at 3/10 of a degree per second, or 3 revolutions per hour. Sporadic bursts of static that you hear on the air-ground is caused by the rotation of the spacecraft, changing the orientation of the antennas as the spacecraft slowly rotates to maintain thermal balance. The backup lunar module pilot, Fred Hayes, is at the Capcom console with Bruce McCandless.
Hey, network, Capcom network call.
Capcom network.
Yeah, what's this word that is being put out about the TV test?
What word?
ECOM CAMCOM over here is saying that the TV has been rescheduled for 56:30.
Yeah, I think yesterday, Bruce, when we were going off shift, the crew said that if we wanted, they'd bring in, if there was enough extension on that TV camera cord, they'd bring it into the LEM when they crawl in there and show a few pictures.
Okay, now, we're still planning the one that runs from 58:15 to 58:30.
That radio check was with the
what we're
Apollo
doing here
commander,
is
Neil Armstrong.
getting the cables and stuff set up.
Yeah, they're going to just show us a little bit of the LEM when they crawl in ahead of the nominal TV.
Okay, you're just going to be standing by with the cables and stuff to pick it up.
That's affirmative, and to bring it in live when it comes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Roger.
Do you think it's okay? Huh?
we can share. Would you like to be fly?
Yes, it would.
Channel 65 fly.
Yep, got it. Okay, thank you.
You can see where we started. It's just about the middle of the page there where you've got the three little curly Q's. That's the start of it. And we've got the dump mark on top there. Yeah, we started dumping, and that's what made it go big like that. Otherwise, we would have stayed about that 8 degrees. That little dot we got in the center of the page, straight up to the first set of three curly Q's, about 8 degrees. It would have stayed like that and rotated around in about that 8 degree pattern thing. And when he did the dump, he made it go out to that other angle to the big circle at 24. Okay. And each one of those little lobes on that big circle is one spacecraft rev. It's about 20 minutes. So the spacecraft is rolling around its own x-axis at the same time, wobbling around at 24 degrees, I think. But we've made it all the way around one rev of the cone. It looks like it's going to be stable.
Okay, good enough. And you're plenty far away from any gimbal lock problem.
That's right. Like I say, the maximum seen is 24 degrees, so that we've seen as high as, I believe, 30 degrees on the yaw gimbal, which says that we're quite a ways still from gimbal lock.
Okay.
And in fact, if we had the system enabled, we wouldn't have fired thrusters yet. Couple ways.
Right.
This is Apollo Control at 50 hours, 53 minutes into the mission. An important news release will be available in the Apollo News Center at 11:45 Central Daylight Time this morning. At noon, Colonel Frank Borman will be in the Building 1 auditorium at MSC for a briefing concerning the news release. Repeating, an important news release will be available at 11:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time in the Apollo News Center at MSC.
calling, Miller.
It's kind of warm in here, isn't it?
We'll get him to turn it down.
They won't turn it down. I thought it was doing very good. Yeah.
Okay.
They won't turn it down. They go through something about humidity or something else.
Flight recovery.
Go ahead.
We have surgeon making my loop.
FAO meet guidance number that, please. Flight guidance.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're approaching the point in the flight plan where he had the state vector plan for Mid-Force 3. Talking with FAO, and earlier he would assume, or he preferred that we waited on the vector we want uplink today until this point. So we have a state vector and a time measurement load standing by.
Someone was talking to me on the airways. Would you repeat the last part of that, Will?
Right. We had generated a state vector load and a time increment load for the CMC earlier this morning.
Yep.
And talking with the FAO, he preferred that I wait to this point where we had planned an uplink for the Mid-Force 3 maneuver.
Okay.
And we're approaching that point right now. It'd be okay if we, in the next few minutes...
This is Apollo Control at 51 hours, 7 minutes.
Stand by.
Apollo 7, Apollo 11's distance is 167,007 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 3,386 feet per second.
Go.
You want me to go ahead with this stuff?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Did you find it? Over.
Roger, we found it.
Roger. And to your crew, if you can give us accept, we'll uplink a new state vector to you and update the CMC clock. Over.
Okay, you got it.
Go ahead, Roger.
Roger, 5.
FAO Capcom SSI-2.
Go, Capcom.
Roger, do you have a card that gives the go, no-go for the LEM defense?
Roger, we've also got an update to that card and to RCS, dispatch RCS limit.
Okay, you're updating that.
It's already marked, and we'll have it ready to read up. So we're going to have to ask them to get those things and the service checklist from the LEM, since they are Southern LEM. Bring them back to them.
Okay, and you'll pass that on to Charlie, I guess, or to your relief. We'll give it to Charlie.
Roger.
To do it. Okay.
Roger. We've already got it written down. We're just waiting on it.
Okay.
Flight guidance.
Go ahead.
Okay, loads are in, computer says.
Roger, thank you.
Hey, 11, this is Houston. We're through with the uplink. You can go back to block.
Roger, back to block.
Flight guidance.
Good, guys.
Okay, we verify you on the verb 66.
Roger.
Flight Econ.
Go ahead.
We'd like to terminate the battery charge on BAT B at 5130.
Okay.
A copy.
11, this is Houston. We would like to terminate the charge on battery C at GET of 5130. Over. Houston, we'd like to terminate charging battery Bravo at 5130 GET, over.
Roger, terminate charging battery Bravo 5130.
Roger out.
This is Apollo Control at 51 hours 25 minutes into the mission. Apollo 11 is 167,594 nautical miles from Earth, moving toward the moon at a velocity of 3,373 feet per second. All systems are normal. We will be utilizing this release line for the Colonel Frank Borman briefing. During that briefing, we will tape any air-to-ground transmissions and play them back after the briefing. This is Mission Control, Houston.
just decided not to come?
He's back on the phone. I think asking Bob if it's all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think all of you have the statement about Luna 15 and Frank. No sound? All right. Is any sound here? Okay. I think you all have the statement on Luna 15, and Colonel Frank Borman's here just to answer any questions, and Chris Kraft, the Director of Flight Crew Operations, is making his way in case you have some other questions about trajectories. So no further ado, we're open for questions. Rudy? Wait for the mic. I'm expecting you to do the tone.
Colonel Borman, did you ask or did they give you any indication of what the mission of Luna 15 is?
They said that that was a real burp. They said that it would remain in orbit, in this present orbit, for 2 days, and that they would notify us immediately of any future changes in the trajectory. They also said that at no time would the Lunar 15 trajectory intersect the published trajectory of Apollo 11.
Al?
You say the length of the 2 days, in other words, from when were they counting when they said 2 days?
1317 July Moscow time.
Frank, for audio purposes, would you briefly repeat what the press release says?
The only thing we can give you on it right now,
The press release briefly says that Mr. Kraft, Dr. Kraft, called me and said,
stuff we had last night from
we're a little bit interested in what Luna 15 is doing, and could you check with some of the people that you met in the Soviet Union recently and see if you can find out?
Can't you take declination and make that into inclination?
After checking with the appropriate people, placed a call to the Soviet Union and talked to Dr. Keldysh and to his assistant who speaks English, and asked them if they could relay us any information, and he explained that there was some interest, more than casual interest in it, on the part of the flight operations people here in Houston, and they responded with a cable that I received at home last night that gave the orbital parameters plus the indication that we just mentioned, that they would inform us of any further changes.
Hello, Simons.
Could either one of you tell us how you interpret what you just told us, that it will remain in present orbit 2 days?
That would be conjecture. So your guess is as good as ours at this point. I'm an honorary doctor.
If you're a doctor, I better move over a couple of feet.
We could, I'm sure Frank and myself would probably come up with the same answer. We can only guesstimate what the Russians are doing in this instance, and we've said to each other that probably we would guess they were doing a step-by-step program just as we would do a step-by-step program in this country, and they've been flying circumlunar flights with their lunar vehicles, and this flight is a lunar orbit flight in which they'll return from lunar orbit, and it's a step in their lunar exploration program.
repeat?
Can you translate these orbital parameters for us into an altitude, an apogee and perigee, and tell us where this is with respect to the projected Apollo 11 trajectory?
Well, the eccentricity is pretty low, and the period is about the same as ours, 2 hours.
We compute that to be 72 by 156 and an inclination of about 45 degrees. 72 by 156 and an inclination of about 45 degrees. 72 at perigee and 156 at apogee. Nautical miles, yes, I'm sorry.
F. Clark.
And you multiply that by 1.82 something to get kilometers.
Can you tell us why you held up the announcement this long?
Pardon me?
If you got this information last night or early this morning, why did you hold up?
I didn't, quite frankly, I didn't see any, I thought there wouldn't be any more news last night than it was this morning. And we put it out. I was at home.
He didn't talk to me until this morning.
I didn't tell Chris about it till this morning. After all, the important thing is here that it isn't going to bother Apollo 11. So.
F. Clark.
Chris, could we clarify what you said when you said step-by-step program, and you said it was in lunar orbit? Did you say that you expected it to leave lunar orbit?
That would be my guess, yes.
To return to Earth?
Affirmative.
Does that tell you any more about the mission?
Yeah, it says it's a lunar orbit mission.
But you're a doctor.
I'm not trying to be smart with you. That's all. I'm just guessing, and I think you would guess the same way, that the Russian programs traditionally have been very methodical in stepping through the various phases of an operation, unmanned, etc., before they do manned, and they do certain things in a step-by-step fashion. So thinking about how we would do it and how they would do it, we're engineers, and you wouldn't expect they'd do it a lot differently. So I would expect, having done a lunar flyby program, which they've done on several...
Would you remind them of battery B charge off, please?
Roger.
This is Houston. We show you terminating battery B charge. Over.
Did that go up, Contact? Did that go up?
Yes, it did. I'll check the site. Stand by.
Okay, please.
Capcom contact.
Go ahead.
It went up. It didn't get a response downlink.
Roger.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Over. Roger, 11. We show you terminating battery B charge at about 51 hours, 30 minutes. Over.
Okay.
Roger, out.
they answered the questions we had asked, and I'm sure they evaluated our input just like anybody else does, and that is, what is their need to know, and they gave us what we need to know.
How close?
Basis of target of opportunity to look for it, but to be perfectly honest with you, as you've heard, the timelines we have are so busy, I don't think we'd ever have time to even look for it. Not to my knowledge. Given that up? I don't think we knew in the first place, and we still don't know. And if they land tomorrow morning, I'll read about it.
About the aims of their.
Not me.
Comment on what political benefit the Russians may have had from Luna 15. It struck all of us, needless to say, as interesting that this mission should be launched in the face of Apollo 11.
Is that to me? I'm not sure what political benefits exist because of that at all. I presume they're getting some more publicity they would normally get because of the fact that Apollo 11 is covered so well. But I doubt if that had very great considerations. I think if we were ready to fly, we'd probably fly. I don't think there are many, maybe Mr. Kraft cranks political considerations in, but I don't think he does. Well, as we've been telling you for the last 2 years, there are such things as launch windows to the moon. And these people have the same problems we have in picking launch windows to the moon. And I would assume that this window came out at that particular time and they were ready to fly on this particular month, so they went, just like we would have done. A lot of people thought that was one of the reasons that Apollo 8 flew around Christmas time. And unfortunately, these things seem to have been determined when the universe was formed, and there's not much you can do about it now. I'm not even sure the SDS could change that.
Colonel Borman, did you receive all the information that you asked for, and do you think the Russian response was in any way due to the relations established during your visit?
We received all the information we asked for. We hope to get further information when they change the orbit. I'm very pleased with the Russian response, and I hope it's indicative of a more fruitful type of cooperation in the future. I think that's about what the whole gist of the meeting is, really.
Did you have any indication from your new good friends that they were about to do it?
None at all. I did have indication in talking from several different people over the period of 10 days that they were going to conduct an unmanned exploration of the moon. There was no emphasis or no indication of what time they would launch. They did say, and I gleaned from, again, several sources, that they will include in their program an unmanned lander to try to get a sample and bring it back.
Directed question to Mr. Scheer. When are you going to get your communications up to the quality of the spaceflight operations communications?
I got the impression while I was in Russia that the Soviet Union has a vital, competent space exploration program that will not stop with the moon, that they fully intend to explore the planets, and they foresee the future in a very similar fashion passion to many of us. I think the time will come when the man leaves the solar system.
Colonel Borman, can you tell us about how your conversation was conducted? Who translated?
They spoke English, fortunately.
Oh, good. Is there a transcript available of the conversation and of their reply?
No, I don't have any. The reply, yes, because I asked them to cable it. The connection isn't too good between Seabrook and Moscow. And I don't want that to be interpreted as my criticizing the General Telephone Company. It is a long way, and it was 6 o'clock in the morning.
Can we have a copy of the telegram then?
Sure.
Henry Simmons, back.
Chris, on the orbit, we have 2 hours and 30 seconds. That's almost identical, isn't it, to the orbit?
That's a mistake. It's 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Oh, so that explains why they're higher than our... Okay, thank you.
Yep. Chris?
In the telegram? I stand corrected. Colonel Borman says it's 2 hours and 30 seconds in the telegram.
Did you?
It showed a circular orbit at 69 statute miles, and I believe, isn't the period of that about an hour and 19 minutes? And here we're talking about a 2-hour orbit, and they have a higher paracynthian and a very much higher apocynthian.
In terms of radius around the moon, that's not much, though, is it?
Well, I mean, but are there?
I haven't checked the figures. It doesn't take much difference in the length of the orbit. As a matter of fact, when we go into 60 by 170, we still say the orbit's roughly 2 hours. As you know, our LOI burn is 60 by 170.
You expect this craft to be gone from the
GNC, Capcom, Motor System 1.
The envelope calculations.
Capcom, GNC.
Yeah, hey, I'm looking at this PTC thing again. It's got pitch 35.7, yaw 14.5. Are we about to spin out on that?
No.
We're still in good shape?
That's affirmative. What those are attitude errors, and they're applied to, their legal essentially.
Yeah, I follow you, but they're errors from 91 degrees pitch and 2/10 of a degree yaw, are they not?
That's this thing grows.
Yeah, I know it grows.
Say again, please.
Okay.
Would you mind not using the mic and... What?
It did not fall into your envelope of concern at any rate.
Not negative, that is correct.
The minimum size you would need for a re-entry body and a propulsion system which would bring the re-entry body back from lunar orbit?
The answer is negative, and I better not catch anybody over there worrying about that. I hope they're all worrying about descents and ascents. Right. I didn't bring it with me, but it will be available. After all, it came in Western Union. That's not too.
Colonel Borman, did you actually ask what the mission was when you were talking?
I just asked for the parameters of the trajectory. I merely repeated the request that my esteemed colleague relayed to me.
Borman, you said your impression when you came back from Russia was that this is probably a sample. When you came back from Russia, you said your impression was, just as you repeated it today, that this mission was to pick up a soil sample. Is this still your impression?
No, I agree with Dr. Kraft. I think that sounds to me now that perhaps they're just going to have a lunar orbit mission, but we really don't know. It's conjecture. You're asking us to guess. I presume that we'll know more about it when the Russians tell us their future trajectory.
John? Chris, is this the first time NASA has had direct communications from the Russians about a flight while it is in flight?
To my knowledge, and Julian Scheer might be able to answer that better than I can.
I think so. I can recall no other direct communication like this.
launch.
Does that mean that NASA now has a better tracking system than NORAD? Have you discovered a better tracking system than NORAD for finding out where the Russian craft are?
No comment.
Okay, one more right here.
Can you tell me, please, what Dr. Kildish's Christian name is, or rather first name?
I know his initials only, sir, and that's, we can get that.
Try Mstislav?
Oh, we cut that off. I said, first off, I said hello. And then he said they would cable them back. It's really kind of low. I wish I could jazz it up a little bit for you.
Try to fly.
Go ahead.
Are you right at the checkpoint?
That's correct.
Okay. Fly the FAO. Be off the console for a couple minutes. Okay.
This is Apollo Control at 51 hours 58 minutes into the mission. Apollo 11 is 168,658 nautical miles from Earth, traveling at a velocity of 3,349 feet per second. We have 30 seconds of air-ground conversation taped during the news briefing. We'll play that for you now.
Houston, Apollo 11. Would you like to have both oxygen and hydrogen?
11, this is Houston. Say again, both what on, over?
And a fuel cell fluid, would you like to see both oxygen and hydrogen? Heat count? Copy the question.
According to the flight plan, we want both oxygen and hydrogen fuel cell purge. His question is, do we really want that?
Yes.
Affirmative.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Affirmative, we request hydrogen and an oxygen fuel cell purge. Over.
Okay, any preference which first?
No preference.
Negative, as long as you got the H2 purge line heaters on.
Okay, I'll go ahead with the hydrogen then.
Altitude is 6201.
6201,
Sorry.
Hey, Tony, is this the channel? I'm looking for Jack Small.
Jack Small's on leave.
He's on leave?
Uh-huh.
He's going to be here for the Lunar Service EVA, isn't he?
I don't know. The last I understood that after lunch he was leaving past the cave and was going to Huntsville. He took up his family and was going to start that. Now I don't know how long it would take for him to drive from Huntsville back. No, he never heard from him at all. Well, the Colonel Borman, and we've got Frank Williams from Marshall, and Ted Small. Okay, now you got the wrong office entirely. That office is, I think his name is Don, it's a TD in the phone book, TD4, I think it's, Don Wiseman. Yeah, Don Wiseman, I think, is him and Jack Small in the other office. Yeah, there's a space station too. Yeah, Small is still working on that.
Are you holding the track? Yeah, Steve from Capcom. I'll get close to the finish back. Never mind. Lieutenant Commander McCandless, I'm calling for Ray Zediker, please.
Hello?
Hey, Ray. Bruce McCandless here.
Hey, yeah, Bruce.
Hey, are we going to get together sometime today?
Yeah, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. It's pretty quiet over here right now.
Well, you have to let somebody know so I can get in over there, you know.
Don't you have a green badge?
No, sir.
How are you going to be up here on the console during the Lunar Surface EVA?
I get a temporary badge and I can come in and out there at prescribed times.
I see.
Yeah.
Ready,
Hold on a second.
Take 2 and send about 5.
I'll be right back with you.
Okay.
Oh, okay. FAO, Capcom?
Yeah, Capcom, we're just talking about you.
Hey, how do we get Ray Zediker into the building in the room if we want him to get in?
Right now, why? Well, you need him in now?
Yeah, we were going to go over the lunar surface op stuff this afternoon. It's pretty quiet until he doesn't have a badge.
All he has to do is call up and get a temporary badge.
Okay, can we have a temporary badge taken down to meet him at the guard's place?
Negative. He can pick a temporary badge up down there at the guard. He just calls up and asks us to call us.
Okay.
He should know the procedures of how to do it.
Okay, he has the guard call the flight director's test support room?
Roger.
Okay.
5588, right there.
Ray?
Yeah.
I understand all you have to do is come over and ask the guard to call the flight director's staff support room, 5588, and have them send down a temporary badge.
Right.
And if that doesn't work, I'm up here at 5618. You can give me a ring and we'll do something.
5618.
5588 first.
Yeah. Wait a minute now. 588. 561. Okay.
And I call over to the Lunar Surface Project Office, I guess, requested they get together some pictures of the stuff hardware. I'm a little concerned about whether we're going to have them or not otherwise.
Okay.
So I'm going to try and get those over and get your figures and go over what we need to do here.
Yeah.
Okay. See you in a while.
Bye. Bye.
version is moved down a little more. We don't think that we can make it through wake up tomorrow. In other words, we're concerned that we may get a gimbal on board while they're asleep if we leave things alone.
What you're saying is we may have to restart it before sleeping in?
It's not too bad. Well, the biggest we've seen so far has been about 40 degrees home. Of course, that increase is likely to go.
This is Maloney about the colored photos you asked for.
Yes.
We've checked through the office here and seen that John Lynn's got the only complete set available right now. Why is it he can't let you have his?
Okay, we're still trying to work out whether he's going to be in the motor here or in the staff support room.
Bruce?
Yeah.
This is Don Gerke. All those photos that we had only one copy of, we gave them all to Don. Now there are a couple sets of few colored photos that we're trying to scratch together, but the real super set is the one that Don has.
Okay, well, I would like very much to get them here at the console so we can look at them ahead of time. Right now, the mode that Don's operating in is that if he's going to be in the Mocher here, he'll bring them with him, and if not, why, he plans on dropping them off when they're required. And we've got all the other backup hardware or the backup documentation here at the console. I don't see why we can't get something on ESEP.
Yeah, I don't know why you can't borrow his for a half hour or so to look at them, if that's what you're looking for. Until you know.
No, wait a minute. We're working in the wrong direction here because the FAO and our staff support room are keeping custody of all the documentation that we need and are not using immediately. And I can't see why this other stuff should be his personal property.
Okay, I don't know how I get in the middle, but what do you want us to do? I mean, you've got closer into Don than we do.
Yeah, I guess I was asking to see if we couldn't get another set of the things.
Okay, well, what we did is, like I just explained, there were a number of things where we had 2 or 3 copies, and we have copies of those. But the majority of things we had single copies, and we put them in Don's package, and he has a super set.
Okay, well, let me get a hold of Don again then. Thank you.
All righty.
All right, bye.
All right.
This is Alfred.
Okay, this is Dan. Is Don Lind around?
Let me check. I don't think he's come back from that press conference. Hold on. No, he's not in. He had his son with him, and I suspect he went home after the press conference to take his son home, and I haven't seen him since then.
Okay, thank you.
Shall I have him call?
Yeah, if you would, please.
Okay, on 5618.
Right.
Okay, sure will.
Went a little bit, right? Roger. 627. This is the area where we had the problem last time.
That's affirmative. If the signals aren't quite as wild as
Capcom contact.
Go ahead, contact.
We noted in last time we talked to spacecraft that our crew member was very weak coming down. I'm wondering, it seems like this is something that's been with us for a couple of days now.
I don't believe so. It seems to me that the guy that we were having problems with is Mike Holmes, and if I recall correctly, I couldn't get a hold of him at that time.
We had trouble with Russ last night, too. And so I'm just wondering, if it's because he's not talking up into his mic, or he might have a headset problem, or what?
Okay, I'll tell you what, next time I hear him weak, I'll ask him about it.
Roger.
Also, I don't think that it's a major problem, but I agree with you. It's something we might try and straighten out here.
Yeah. Also, the question's been asked to me. Do not the crew members have 2 lightweight headsets apiece?
I don't know. Stand by a second. I'm going to find out. FAO Capcom, FSO2.
Okay, Tom.
Yeah, do you know how many lightweight headsets the crewmen have each on board? I think it's 2 each. Yeah. Okay, let's do one at the
here right now.
Do you happen to know when he'll be home?
No, I think he'll be home later this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
AFD flight.
Okay.
I'm going to be off loop for a minute.
This is Apollo Control at 52 hours, 40 minutes. Apollo 11 is 170,010 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 3,319 feet per second.
Econ flight. Econ flight.
Flight attack.
Okay, how do fuel cells look to you now since the purge? You reported earlier. Is everything okay there?
Roger, flight. There wasn't any detectable improvement in performance on them, but they've been looking very good.
Okay.
There's something I wanted to tell you relative to that report the commander made this morning on the O2 flow.
Yes.
We have looked that stuff over, and we don't...
Would you find out who else is talking down there? I had two guys coming over your mic.
Oh, a little background there.
Okay, go ahead.
We've looked that data over, and we don't notice any difference from what it was yesterday.
And you've seen some cycles, huh?
Yes, we have. The peaks occasionally be a little higher than what you've seen today, and in fact they've been a little higher today depending upon well, this peak is superimposed on some type of base flow, whatever the constant flow is. Depending on what that is, the peak will be higher or lower.
Okay.
But as far as that everything goes, it looks just like it did yesterday.
I thought it just started up then,
We just had one.
Is that an accumulator cycle?
Yes, like that. Time for one. That particular one was a little lower than the rest of them have been, but that's what it was, anyway.
Okay. You have someone down there checking all the mal procedures that affect the sensor?
We're looking at...
Use the sensor.
We're looking at mal procedure flight. And we have looked at to some extent. I feel like that, generally speaking, that other than looking at them and determining where they are, I don't think we ought to try rewriting them in a short time frame.
No, I'm not suggesting rewriting it, but I think you ought to put together a summary of which mal procedures use this as a
Roger, flight will do this.
As a cue, and what else you might have.
Okay, well, we're working on that point.
When will that be done?
Oh, we should do it. I think we should be able to put something together at the full level. We'll get it started on that time.
Okay.
Contact, go ahead.
Roger. Regarding your query on the lightweight headsets, there are 3 Snoopy hats and 3 lightweight headsets total on board. So you do not have 2 lightweight headsets per crewman. You got 1 per crewman, essentially.
Right. Okay, that's about what I thought. Someone seemed to think different.
Right. I think the problem is one of the mics drifting away from their mouths and they're not thinking about it. CSN calling.
Ed Tyndall's wanted on AFD conference by radiation.
Roger.
Bruce, Don Lynn.
Yeah, Don. Hey, I'm trying to get together the stuff for the Inner Circle EVA period.
Yeah.
And I'd like to get a hold of your set of photos and whatever else you would like to have on hand and put them more or less on deposit over here with the FAL.
Okay. How long are you going to be on duty?
Until 3.
Okay, listen, I'll try to get over there before 3. I've got a press deal here in a minute or two. I'll try to come over right after it. I'll try to get there by the time you're finished.
Okay.
Okay, I'll see you.
I'll do it. Thank you.
Bye.
What's your channel?
Houston, Apollo 11, over. Apollo 11, this is Houston, go ahead. Roger, you copy my now 93?
Affirmative, flight, I haven't got it.
That's affirmative, we've got it.
Look okay, guys?
Let me get that from
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and correct then. Triangle difference is .01, but it's
sort of difficult at 3/10 rate. I'm required to use medium speed and resolved, and it's difficult to hold the star centered long enough to get a decent mark on it.
GMC fine.
Roger, we copy, and they look okay to us.
Right.
GMC southbound Missile.
Southbound PTC.
Yeah, Fandel tells me they came out of PTC. Is this correct?
No, they didn't. They collapsed the deadband. They didn't come out of PTC.
Yeah, they did that a long time ago, didn't they?
That's the first time I know about it. They did.
Oh, okay. Roger. Okay.
This is Apollo Control at 53 hours, 3 minutes into the mission. Apollo 11 is 170,746 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 3,303 feet per second. Crew is now in the process of realigning the spacecraft's inertial platform.
Capcom?
Capcom?
Yeah, you were calling me earlier.
Roger. I have we've reviewed this checklist with regard to you updating the crew prior to going into William.
Yes.
And we decided there's not but one change in there that is worth giving them. There are a few little things in
Okay,
there.
well, why don't you write it down and bring it on down?
Now, I'll show it to you. I'm not sure in my own mind whether it's worth passing up to them. Let me show it to you first.
Okay.
Flight open flight. Go ahead, flight. Do you have an estimate of when you're going to get those orbital parameter numbers, ones that we can go out with?
I sure don't, other than the two that we have now. We're in good agreement on the HA and HP. As far as inclination is concerned, John Mayer was just here to talk to me. And he has no idea when that thing will arrive here. It was supposed to be for the next 30 minutes, but that was 30 minutes ago.
What thing?
They are expecting a gross increase in the amount of data that's being handed to them by whoever that is. He said, how's our place in Virginia? And they expect it shortly. Until then, that's all we have right now. We feel pretty good about those HAs and HPs, if that indeed is the period, 2 hours and 30 seconds.
All right.
GMC flight. Flight GMC. How's the platform look based on that piece?
We're running the numbers out right now, flight. We haven't cursory look makes it look pretty good, but we're running the exact numbers.
And let me know when.
This is Apollo Control at 53 hours 20 minutes. Apollo 11's distance from Earth is 171,293 nautical miles, traveling at a velocity of 3,291 feet per second. The spacecraft weight is 96,068 pounds. This is Apollo Control. We have a correction on the orbital parameters of Luna 15 as given in the news briefing recently over. The parameters given in that briefing of 72 by 156 nautical miles were based on computations from an orbital period of 2 hours and 30 minutes instead of the correct 2 hours and 30 seconds. The orbit has been recomputed based on the proper numbers, and the parameters for Luna 15 based on a period of 2 hours 30 seconds are 30 by 110 nautical miles. Paraloon of 30, Apolloon of 110 nautical miles.
FOD TV network. Complex. Go network. What's the color bar generator before?
Nothing, Doug. They have a color bar generator that's over at the Mars site, and they had called earlier on the PABX asking if we wanted them to move it from the Mars site to the 85-foot dish. It doesn't do a thing for us because it's used in some of their tests just to test some of the lines and so forth from the Mars site. But actually, I checked with our engineer here, and he says that with the grayscale will be fine. That's all what we always set up on anyhow.
Okay.
Right.
Go ahead, Mr. Yeah, y'all find out about it. No problem. Okay. Antenna. Network Fido, your loop.
Yes, sir.
The data select officer would like to talk to you.
All he's got to do is holler at me.
He hasn't got your loop.
Has he got network or network call?
Evidently, he has not got your loop. Did you call him?
On what loop?
Encom network. Go ahead.
Okay, I guess as a matter of druthers, we would rather not do this. We'll come up with any strong objections. So, why don't you turn ahead?
Flight network. Go network. We are supposed to run a time correlation test on between the network stations to help out on length. And I've talked to Fido and Ecom and Info, and we'd like to go high gain antenna and QVC so we can get this thing squared away. And they all agree. It's all up to you now. If you don't have any objections, then we'll proceed that way. We have not brought FAA into it, I don't think. We don't want to have it. Do you have a comment, FAA? Right, I'll make the first part of it. Trying to do the network test, like the high gain on the network. Can we do that? You get a high gain for about 15 minutes. Well, high gain for about that. It's the high gain on the D that high gain on the D that, yeah. Yeah. What are you trying to solve now with the problem? It's in the range, we'll make sure all the factors are intact. One factor. Okay, when do you want to do it? Right now. Econ play. Can we get the high gain at this point? What do we need to do this?
How we got it for keeping?
Okay, let me see it, please. Can you cover your minute?
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, I've got the morning news here if you're interested, over.
Yeah, we sure are. We're ready to copy and comment. Is that 2:30 there?
Roger.
Copy and comment. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, here we go. The interest in the flight of Apollo 11 continues at a high level, but a competing interest in the Houston area is the easing of watering rules. Mayor Louis Welch promises the lifting of lawn watering restrictions if the rains continue. Friday is partly cloudy and there is a 30% chance of thunder showers in the afternoon. In Washington, D.C., the Senate Finance Committee approved the extension of the income tax surtax, but a Senate vote on the bill.
You cut out, Houston. You cut out.
Roger, where do you hold me cutting out, over?
Houston, Apollo 11.
Apollo 11, Houston, over.
Contact, Capcom.
We're checking, Capcom.
Roger.
Houston, how do you read now, over?
Not clear, just bad.
All right.
After these rains in Houston.
Roger. In Washington, the Senate Finance Committee has approved extension of the income tax surtax, but a Senate vote on the bill currently seems remote. In Austin, State Representative Ray Lemon of Houston has been nominated as the National Director of the American Society for Oceanography. Lemon has proposed a study of the possibility of establishing an Institute of Oceanography in Texas. This would be the first such institute on the western Gulf of Mexico. In Minneapolis, Minnesota, the Weather Bureau, after recapping today's weather showing a high of 88 and a low of 72, has noted snowfall, none. From St. Petersburg, Florida, comes a radio report from the Norwegian explorer Thor Heyerdahl, which said that the crew of his papyrus boat, the Ra, will sail into Bridgetown, Barbados, despite damage from heavy seas. The crew, however, will sleep on an escort vessel. Norman Baker, navigator of the expedition, said the crew was aboard the Ra today repairing damage from storms this past week, which split the footing of the mast. Part of the broken mast was jettisoned overboard, and the vessel was 725 miles east of the Barbados. It is possible but uncomfortable to sleep aboard the Ra, Baker said in the radio report. But the purpose of our voyage is not a test of strength or human endurance. That is the reason why the crew was spending nights aboard the escort vessel Shenandoah which rendezvoused with the Raw on Tuesday. In sports, the Houston Oilers are showing plenty of enthusiasm in their early preseason workouts at Kerrville, and Coach Wally Lem says he is impressed with the fine group of rookies. National League Baseball, for yesterday, Thursday, St. Louis 11, Philadelphia 3, Montreal 5 over Pittsburgh 4, Atlanta 12, Cincinnati 2, San Francisco 14 and Los Angeles 13. American League have Baltimore 3 over Cleveland 2, Detroit 4 to Washington's 3, Minnesota 8 to Chicago 5. Boston and New York was rained out. And in Corby, England, an Irishman, John Coyle, has won the World Porridge Eating Championship by consuming 23 bowls of instant oatmeal in a 10-minute time limit from a field of 35 other competitors. Over.
Roger, I assume Houston didn't play yesterday.
That's correct.
I'd like to enter Aldrin in the oatmeal eating contest next time.
Be pretty good at that.
He's doing his share up here.
Let's see, you all just finished a meal not long ago too, didn't you?
I'm still eating.
Okay, does that
He's on his 19th bowl.
Roger. Are you having any difficulties with gas in the food bags like the 10 crew reported?
Well, that's intermittently affirmative, Bruce. We have these two hydrogen filters, which work fine as long as you don't hook them up to a food bag. But the entryway into the food bag has enough back pressure to cause the filters to start losing their efficiency. A couple of times I've been tempted to go through that dry-out procedure, but we found that simply by leaving the filters alone for a couple of hours, their efficiency seems to be restored.
Roger, we copy.
Yeah, efficiency ranges everywhere from darn near perfect to terrible, just depending on the individual characteristics of the food bag we're putting to them. Some of the food bags are so crimped near the entryway that there's no way we can work them loose to prevent back pressure.
Roger.
That's Mike Collins from the spacecraft.
Get all your numbers sorted out on the platform.
Roger, Flight. We've got those numbers. We've got what we have. Data Meru, NS, the other line 0,
This is Apollo Control at 54 hours 6 minutes. Apollo 11's distance from Earth now is 172,748 nautical miles, traveling at a velocity of 3,260 feet per second.
Network plane. Go plane. You do have the lines called up, do you not? Yes, sir. TV lines? Yes, sir. Okay. Flight network. Go. They'll be up to 6550. plane? What do we decide we need to do here? Is this what we want to do?
Just checking with Southbound Flight. We're supposed to get an answer then. Real short.
Okay.
His preliminary answer was it would probably be no problem.
Network plane. Go plane. You said that lines would be available at what time? 5550.
Flight FAO. He said it was, Telcom said it would be no problem.
Okay. 5550.
I'm sorry, Flight. It'll be at 5620 when you check the lines out. They start checking them out 30 minutes prior to the time you need them.
In the future.
please. One, this is calling.
Who's calling, please?
Mr. Dollar in Denver, Colorado.
That's Major Duke speaking.
Long distance calling, Turkey.
GNC flight.
Flight GNC.
Are you convinced that we're going to have to restart TTC?
We're pretty sure that we are flight.
Capcom flight.
Get through the fleet.
Third flight. Would you call the crew and confirm whether their plan is still to try to take the TV into the LEM when they go, and also discuss with them that the fact that we're coning more now since the fuel cell purges, and we're going to probably have to stop TTC and restart it. And what we're thinking is, if he's planning to take the camera in, that possibly we will stop TTC and get into an attitude and get the high gain antenna for this period of time. Would you get their feeling on that, please?
Okay, and if they have any particular attitude within the high gain antenna constraint that they'd like to pick up?
No, we'll provide them some attitudes and the antenna pointing angles. I want to confirm whether they do plan to take the camera in.
All right, what I'm driving at here is, you want me to inquire also if they would like to have any view in particular out of any window? Well, like a LEM window with the earth at, if we can work it?
No, let's just try the first part of it, see what happens here.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over. Flight, this is Capcom. You're going to have to break lock with the ECOM people. You seem to be coming up right about the time they get ready to switch an antenna every time. It'll be a minute or so before I can get through them.
Hello, Houston, go ahead. Roger 11, as you've probably noticed, your coning angle in PTC mode is increased substantially as a result of the wastewater dump, the fuel cell purge, and natural coupling. So it looks like we're going to have to terminate PTC here in a little while. And we'd like to get your feeling as to whether you're still anticipating trying to send back TV signals from inside the LEM. And if so, we'll try to provide an attitude that you can hold that'll give us high gain antenna lock on the Earth during the TV and LEM activation period. Over.
Yes, we're still planning that activity of the coordinate to work out all right, and we'll accept those attitudes that you work up for us.
This is Houston, Roger out.
When you work up an attitude to get the high gain, is there any way that we could get partial sun in one of the two left front windows?
This is Houston. We'll have a look at it.
Copy, FAO. Negative, flight. I couldn't understand what you said.
That was Neil Armstrong confirming they will attempt TV at approximately an elapsed time of 56 hours, 20 minutes. And then the last, the question was by Buzz Aldrin.
Okay. 45, and that's all correct then, huh?
Yeah.
Capcom, do you have this?
Not yet, sir.
You think 5445 will put him about at that angle when he stops? Approximately.
Okay, so you're saying that if he just terminates PTC at 5445, he will be in that roll angle, and his auto maneuver will then just be a little pitch and a little yaw.
On the loop. It'd be close, plus or minus 10 or 15, 10 degrees either side.
Okay, and these other notes are pitch 28, yaw 270 for the high gain antenna.
Roger.
And
at this point, window 1 in the command module at the Earth, it points the LEM hags towards the sun, with the LEM windows towards the sun.
Okay, now is that going to be too much sun for him? Is that going to be too much sun?
That's what he wanted, and that no, it won't be too much sun. Nobody. We checked with Telcom; he doesn't mind the attitude. And what are you concerned about?
Oh, he's going to have to take one of the window shades off. I guess he could just take one off then and get the light reflecting around the cabin.
Right.
Okay.
That work for flight? Go flight? Are you all set up to do whatever it is you have to do? Is it completely passive in terms of this calibration? Once you get to high gain?
Yes, sir, we're all set up.
Okay.
And that's a good time with us also, Mike.
Okay.
FAO?
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we have a TV attitude for you if you're ready to copy. recommend stopping PTC at GEG of 544500, and this should put you at just about the right roll angle. The attitude we recommend is roll 263, pitch 090, yaw 000. This gives you the earth out of window number 1 in the command module, and places the high gain antenna and the CSM window for TV at your convenience. You'll also have the sun shining in or shining at the hatch on the LEM, and if you take down the window shade, you should get some sunlight in. We're recommending wide deadband. Over. Roger up.
Capcom, this is Capcom. You want to take it, Charlie? What?
Hey, with the window shades up in the LEM and only the floodlights on, and if anybody looks and see what kind of light level we got, whether we're going to see any picture at all.
That's a Roger. Should be able to come up with a camera f-stop of 2.8 with the floodlights all on. And if that's not sufficient, it certainly will be sufficient if you install one utility light used in addition to the flood.
How far does that cable? Can you get all the way inside with the TV cable?
It's about 11, and we set the proper roll angle. We're not going to be anywhere near 0 degrees yaw. You want us to just stop at the line, we find ourselves in, and then for 49, would you be able to stand by?
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Stop at the roll angle, stop at 260, and then do above 49.
That's perfect. Paul 11 Houston, we'd like you to stop at the proper roll angle, then do a vert 49 to the rolling pitch, over. Or correction, rolling yaw. Houston, Apollo 11 over. Go ahead, 11 over.
Flight controllers, let's get...
Apollo 11, Houston, you read over.
Team here, we're going to be crawling into the LEM shortly. We're terminating PTC, and we're going to have really humps to get handed over.
Houston, Apollo 11 over.
IBT.
Roger 11, do you read me over?
It works. We got a comm problem here.
We're up on the fire. I think it's just weak signal strength. Hello, Apollo 11, Houston, over.
Stand by, Charlie. We're going to come out of PTC here at 263, roll and then do a verb 49 to the recommended attitude.
That sounds fine to us, over.
Okay, all flight controllers, give me an amber, and if you've completed your handover, go back to green. Guidance, you completed handover? Okay. Okay, any other flight controllers completed handover, please go back to green. Retro's through.
This is Apollo Control at 54 hours 45 minutes. Apollo 11 is 173,997 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 3,234 feet per second. In the control center, the white team led by Gene Kranz is preparing to relieve 5th Charlesworth and the green team. Capcom is Charlie Duke. We're estimating the change of shift news conference for 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Flight, we ought to get that before he opens the pressure equalization valve. Roger. Okay.
FAO flight.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. Before you open the pressure equalization valve, we'd like to LM CM Delta T, over.
For crew transfer up on there.
Okay, let me check it again. It was about 155.
Mount procedures.
Roger.
I read it 158 right now, Charlie.
Roger, thank you much. Flight, you can anybody copy 158 on the Delta C? Flight.
Go, Capcom.
Okay, we got 158 on the Delta C.
158, you get that, Telcom?
Go get in front.
Telcom, did you get the Delta P?
Negative.
158.
Roger.
158.
11 Houston, you're about 1 by on this transmission. Say again, over.
Houston, Apollo 11, you read?
Let's keep the chatter down in the room here. The com's pretty ratty to the spacecraft, and we can't hear him.
Capcom contact.
Houston, Apollo 11, how do you read on the high gain?
11, how do you read me, over?
Reading you loud and clear, Charlie. We just switched to the high gain, and we've stopped PTC at roll 263, pitch 90, yaw 0. How do you read?
Roger, Mike, you're 5 by now on the high gain. We right between the Omni antennas and pretty horrible comm on the Omnis. We got you 5 by on the high gain, and we copy the PTC stoppage, over.
Okay, fine. Houston, we're going to open the Directo 2 valve and start pumping up the cabin.
Okay, com, let's start the...
Roger, copy. Capcom contact.
Go ahead.
Okay, it's 55 on the hour. We're going to hand over.
At 55.
At get time, right?
Okay, who are you handing over to?
We're going to hand over to Goldstone.
Okay.
Apollo 11, Houston, we're going to hand over to Goldstone for uplink in about 2 minutes. We might have a momentary dropout of comm, over.
All right. Can you hear a master alarm in the background? That's O2 flow high coming through this amplifier.
Roger, copy.
Looks like your sensor's reading saturated right now, John.
That photoelectric cell is a good device. It's worked very well.
Uh, 11, Houston, say again, over.
I say that photoelectric cell amplifier for the master alarm is a good device. It's working very well, and it's a nice, pleasing tone.
All right, copy. Thank you.
Makes you almost glad to get master alarm.
Flight RTC. Go RTC.
We will be going to hand over from Madrid to Goldstone at 55 hours DET on a high gain antenna.
Roger.
Apollo 11, as a matter of curiosity, our O2 flow meter is pegged full scale high.
Roger, looking good.
Roger, 11. We copy that here, over. Okay.
So that transducer is working somewhat.
Roger.
Oh, we come. That you can get us approximate setting and how many degrees you got the direct O2 valve open. Okay. Capcom, could we get approximate setting as to how far he's got the direct O2 valve open? See if we can correlate it with the flow rate.
11, Houston, we'd like to try to attempt to correlate your O2 flow in transducer with the flow valve that you got open. How far open would you say you have the repress O2 over? Correction, the direct O2.
Stand by, Charlie. Okay, Charlie, it's not open very far. It's hard to give you a good reading without shutting it again, but the arrow is about at the 1 o'clock position. Now, I reduced the flow, and I'll let it stabilize here. Right now, our onboard reading is about 0.4, and that's with the arrow on the O2 valve at the 2 o'clock position. Would you rather have comparisons of O2 flow readings, or would you rather have valve position comparisons?
Any preference?
Roger. Stand by.
Yeah, we like those valve positions.
Ecom say they'd like to look at valve positions, over.
Okay, well, we're holding steady now at 0.3 pounds per hour, and our cabin pressure is about 5.4. And I'll close the valve momentarily and then open it again to this position and tell you how much travel is required.
Roger.
It's about 30 degrees of travel, Charlie, from the closed position, which is with the arrow pointing at about 3 to 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Roger.
Our flow is stabilized now at 0.6.
Roger, we copy. We're reading the same.
Okay. Yeah, holding it back to the 1 o'clock position.
Right.
Enough different positions, or you want more, Charlie?
That should be good, shouldn't it, Ecom? That's right.
Mike, that's good enough. We're satisfied now, over.
Okay.
Fido, you about completed handover? That's fine, Mike. Okay, how about you, Ecom? Does that work? You've completed handover. Give me a green. Thank you.
Dawes here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a call from the White House, from the signal board at the White House, Sergeant Hostetler needing to talk with Mr. Kraft concerning the conversation between the President and the astronauts. Is Mr. Kraft available in the MOCA at this time?
Stand by.
Capcom, flight. Okay.
You can reach Mr. Kraft down at 483-4517 if they'd ring down there.
483-15...
4517.
4517, that's his home number?
No, that's down at the astronauts gymnasium.
Okay, 4517. Okay, thank you very much.
Still fine. Charlie, have you got that flight plan update for 5730 unstow and bring back surface checklist, mission rules, no-go card, and IPSAP's RCS limit Q card?
No, I haven't given it to him yet.
Okay, once I get in there and I get some time, you might ask him to bring those back, and we'll give him some updates.
Houston Apollo 11, we've terminated direct O2. Our cabin pressure is 5.7, and as a matter of curiosity, when we turn the direct O2 valve off, we get a master alarm just like they did in the spacecraft testing.
Roger.
We got it. Roger.
11, Houston, we have a little update for you. When you go into the limb, we'd like you to unstow and bring back to the command module the following items. Over.
Ready to copy.
Roger. We'd like you to pick up out of the flight data file, the surface checklist, the mission rules, no-go card, the DIPS, APS, RCS limit Q card. Over.
Okay, you might tell them we got some updates.
Flight.
Go, Capcom.
Hey, they got also an onboard revision card that requires them to break out from the LEM data file, the GNN dictionary, the rendezvous charts, and the EVA card. I think it might be appropriate to remind them of that.
Flight FAO.
Go, FAO.
Earlier in the day, they asked us about that and asked us where we had it stowed, and we told them, so they've been thinking about it today.
Okay.
Okay, let's see, Mr. Close that one up.
Apollo 11, Houston, the reason we wanted you to bring those 3 items back, we'll have some updates for you for those 3. Over.
Roger, we figured you would.
Flight Network. We're receiving live TV from the spacecraft, this time at Goldstone.
Raj.
We're not quite ready in-house here. It'll be a few minutes yet. Be on
How about
channel
that?
51.
This is Apollo Control at 55 hours, 10 minutes. Our network controller has just advised that we are receiving live television at Goldstone. We would presume this is a test of the system similar to what we received from the crew yesterday. The crew is planning to send television from the lunar module
We're
when
getting
they
the TV
ingress.
at Goldstone. We're not quite configured here at Houston. Further transmission will be up in a couple of minutes. Over.
Raj, this is just for free. This isn't what we have in mind.
Roger.
That was Capcom Charlie Duke advising the crew that we're not quite prepared for television reception at this time. You heard Mike Collins respond that this one's for free. We still intend to get the television transmission during the time the crew is in the lunar module, beginning at about 56 hours, 20 minutes ground elapsed time, which would be about 4:52 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Let's bring it up on the right, item 4, Charlie.
Say again?
Flight Network. You're not talking about bringing up color, black and white TV on the right Auditor, are you?
I don't care what you bring up.
Okay, we're going to have color on there as soon as Building 8's ready. In the meantime, you can watch it on black and white on Channel 51.
Okay.
On either the left or the center Auditor.
Raj, what I'm saying, Ernie, is I'd prefer that the flight controllers use their consoles for looking at
We
data.
are getting a black and white television
well,
picture
I just wanted to point out the right Auditor is configured for
in
color.
the control center at this time, and we should have that in color by now. An interior view of the command module looking up into the LEM hatch, CSM LEM hatch area. We can't quite make out which crewman we're seeing up in the tunnel working with the probe and drogue assembly.
Procedures in flight, I only need one, that's it. One channel, please. That works for flight. Mr. Lowe advises he's got color back there. Okay, now if everybody will sit back down, let's take a look at the data on the spacecraft, shall we? Tom, I hope your probe band's back there. Standing up. I'll probably be getting some pretty good dope there on the removal on the 0G. Pretty slick.
Getting a very good view of the work going on in the command and service module tunnel. That appears to be Neil Armstrong working in the tunnel, working on the drogue and probe assembly. This extremely sharp, clear picture is coming to us from about 175,000 miles distance from Earth, presently about 48,000 miles from the Moon.
You can see the flight. While we're just sitting here and everybody's watching TV, I would like to go over the consumable status with you, particularly the RCS. Okay, flight, I don't have all the backroom data out here yet. Essentially, it's almost unchanged from last night. Okay, I'd like to go over it again, just a refresh on them. So when you get it, give me a yell, will you? Same thing with you, Tom. I'd like to go over all your
And that appears as if it might be all the free TV, as Mike Collins put it. Forgetting we do expect to get the television transmission from the time the crew is in the lunar module. And that period of activity is scheduled to begin at about 56 hours, 20 minutes with the ingress to the lunar module. Now we are starting to get a picture back again, losing lock momentarily, and now we have it back again. Neil Armstrong up in the tunnel at this point, removing the probe and drogue assembly in preparation for the ingress to the lunar module.
AFD network is TV from the Mars 210.
Our network controller just reported that this television is coming to us on the 210-foot dish antenna at Goldstone, California.
Hey, Jay, can you come in here a minute, please? Can you meet me in CBTS?
We just saw the probe assembly start to come loose now as Neil Armstrong is
Apollo 11, Houston, it's a pretty good show here. It looks like you almost got the probe out.
Yeah, it's moved now. Can you see that?
Raj, Neil's really good.
Not much light up in that area, but certainly the TV says it's picking up.
There are some bright spots shining on the probe, apparently sun shafting on it, that just gives just about enough for us to make it out, over.
I think those are the tunnel lights.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Okay, it's moved now, coming down.
Roger. Looks like it's a little bit easier than doing that in the chamber.
The only way to take it easy. It's pretty massive, but it goes where you direct it.
11 Houston, that's a beautiful picture now we got. We're looking at 12-second delay, and to us, you're just bringing it down by the optics now.
Mike must have done a smooth job in that dock, and there isn't a dent or a mark on the probe.
Raj. We're really getting a great picture here, 11, over. 11 Houston, with a 12-foot cable, we estimate you should have about 5 to 6 feet excess when you get the camera into the limb, over.
Roger.
We can see the probe now.
Drogue.
Correction, the drogue.
Roger. Okay, drogue removal is coming next.
Roger. As we suspected.
Once removal of the drogue is completed, they will have access to the LEM hatch and be able to go into the tunnel.
Houston, now it's a good view of the storage area under the couch. Houston, looks like you're pretty crowded in there with that drogue, over.
Oh, that's not really that. This TV cable is getting in the way.
We see lots of arms.
These TV stagehands don't know where he stands.
Well, he doesn't really have a union card there. We can't really complain too much, I guess.
This unscheduled television transmission has now run about 18 minutes, and we have no estimate at this point as to how long it will continue. Mike Collins reported that we would go ahead with a regularly scheduled one when they are in the LEM.
Apollo 11 Houston, do you have a little white dot in the bottom of your monitor, on TV monitor, over?
Roger, we do.
Roger, I guess part of the camera's been burned out down there. These are really beautiful pictures now, Buzz, over. Real clear.
Okay, we might have got just a little bit of sun in there. Is it just one small white white dot?
That's affirmative.
Have a good view here of the computer display and keyboard assembly with the green lights flashing.
We went up in the tunnel checking the roll angle, Charlie, and it's 2.05 degrees.
Get that, guys?
Roger, copy. 2.05 on the roll cal.
2.05.
And that's a plus.
Roger, plus.
Plus 2.05.
That's affirmative.
A reference to the roll cal or roll calibration index marker in the tunnel, which shows how far off exact zero the two vehicles were when the docking occurred.
11 Houston, the tunnel looks pretty clear to us. Somebody going up there now. Over.
All right, thanks. Checking his connectors up there now.
Roger. Houston, the lighting up in there looks very good to us at this time. Over.
I think that's mostly the camera. It's subdued, to say the least.
Roger, it's gathering pretty well to us. We see everything quite clearly up in there.
No, the dock latches look good today, just like they did yesterday. Everything up in there looks just fine.
That sounds fine to us. Over.
Mike Collins reporting there on the appearance of the docking latches.
Houston, we can even read the decals up there on the limb hatch.
Let me zoom it up and see how much you can read.
Okay. We can see the umbilical connection quite well there, Buzz. You see you zooming in on one of the decals now that to reset, unlatch handle, latch behind grip and pull back 2 full strokes. That's about all we can make out.
You get an A+.
Thank you very much, sir. At least I passed my eye test.
I'm standing 6 feet from it, Charlie. You can read it better than I can. There's something wrong with the system.
Right.
an interested observer of these amazingly clear pictures coming to us from more than 175,000 miles out in space is astronaut Gene Cernan, who got a first-hand view of some of this same area of the spacecraft during his Apollo 10 flight.
It's a real good view of the LEM hatch channel there. 11 over. Roger. Looks like we'll be ready to go into the LEM early, if that's okay with y'all down there.
Roger, go.
Roger, it's fine with us, Neil. Go ahead anytime you wish, over. Okay. 11, Houston, the white spot you see on your monitor, our TV people say it is a burn spot, but they expect it to dissipate after a couple hours, over. Roger, thank you. Okay, the dump valve is actuated. Roger, copy, 11. We see that very clearly. Is that you, Buzz, with your hand on it? Yeah.
Flight telecom. Go telecom. 0.052. That's Roger.
Houston, we're really amazed at the quality of the picture up in the tunnel. It's really superb, over.
It is, considering the amount of light up in there. Roger, we're about to open the hatch now.
Right.
There's that same guy that when you open up the doorway, he's waiting there for you and he turns the lights on.
How about that? Just like the refrigerator.
That conversation between Charlie Duke and Mike Collins referring to the automatic light that comes on in the LEM when the hatch is opened.
Buzz, the view in through by your left shoulder there is good. We can see the Ascent engine cover, the Velcro on it, and that's about all we can make out right now. We see the helmet stowage.
We don't see anything loose up there.
Well, great. Looks good to us. We see a helmet storage bag.
Whitetail coming at the cliffs there, I believe.
Channel 11, Houston, we got a view of the cliffs there off the right of our screen.
Yeah, what?
11, Houston, Buzz, you already in? Over.
Right, I'm halfway in. I'm gonna start turning around, I guess.
Right.
Buzz Aldrin reporting that he's halfway into the LEM. This view is inside the LEM cabin.
Apollo 11, Houston, we'd like you to read out the LCG reservoir site level, over.
Okay, stand by.
At 11, we have a good view of the window there. It looks like the sun's fairly coming through the shade.
Yeah, I'm afraid we're just about plus Z towards the sun.
That's affirmative. This attitude put both windows right towards the sun. The LEM, over.
Well, that makes it good in some respects.
We had a view, Buzz, of the utility light cord. Sure as you've...
Yeah, let me show you a view looking the other way.
Raj. And we see right now a utility light or either a floodlight up there. I think now I see the utility light still in the sewage bay. Hey, that's a great shot right there. We see you in there. Guess that's Neil and Mike. Better be, anyway. We see you waving.
Buzz Aldrin has apparently carried the camera into the LEM with him, showing as Neil Armstrong and Mike Collins back in the CSM.
11, Houston, that's really a beautiful shot. Houston, we didn't quite decipher that signal. It just came from the CMP.
Very low. On the LCD sight gauge, you got about, it looks like the white mark that's in the plunger is about quarter to 3/8 inch out into the green away from the red. Is that what you'd like to say, all right?
Stand by.
That looks good, Mike. Raj, we're happy with that.
Right, Buzz, that looks good to us. Thank you much.
It is the white index, is it not, that you're interested in comparing whether it's in the red or green?
Stand by.
That's affirmative.
That's affirmative, Buzz. It looks good. That's a good reading for us, over.
Okay.
We had a a shot a moment ago of the suit disconnect valve.
I'll open up the windows and see what the lighting condition is going to be like.
Houston, that's a real good view. We have the AOT. You're back now, Buzz, and notice you're taking down one of the window shades, over. The light is superb.
Yeah, how's the sun coming in? How's the sun coming in from this direction going to affect what you can see?
It made it really super. The lighting is excellent in the limb right now. We can make out the AOT, the ISA, and the left-hand window is a little glare off of that, but the LNP side, with the shade down, it's really excellent, over.
Well, I'm turned around. I took the shade off my side first.
Roger, we copy. The light level for the TV is really excellent, over.
Yeah, the lighting in the lamp is very nice. I just like completely day-lit, and everything is visible. Good bit lighter than the tunnel was earlier.
Roger, we got a good view now, Neil, of the DITA and also Buzz's ACA.
This ingress to the lunar module came about 40 minutes ahead of the flight plan, and we would presume that the unscheduled TV is perhaps merging with the scheduled a little bit early.
Everything seems to be in place down there.
Roger, we got the dump valve in view, over.
Flight sign up. Need a checkpoint. Roger, go ahead.
Houston, we see you removing the ISA now, folding it up, putting it up by the AOT. The instrument panels are coming into view behind.
Yeah, I think probably if we said SBS burn to put it back over the instrument panel instead of putting it up over the list in the recharge station. Would you care to comment on that one? We could do either, just as easily.
Stand by. We'll have an answer for you momentarily. 11 Houston, it's really a super shot of the main display.
Control from flight. Go flight. Send me the cruise question there since I called. NTC falls between yourself and Southbound. I'd like a joint recommendation. I assume you're going to have to go back to Japan and get it.
The vehicle is surprisingly free of any debris floating around. It's very clean.
Roger. Houston, it's pretty hard to describe this view. It's really, really great.
Now you know how we feel. Okay, Neil's OPS is about 57, 5800.
Copy.
And mine's about 5800 also.
Copy.
children's hand resting on one of the portable life support systems which will be used on the moon's surface.
Houston, that's a good shot of Neil's Bliss there. Over.
No, that's mine.
Houston, that moment ago we had a good shot of your Bliss, Buzz, and the two helmet storage bags. And now behind your left shoulder, Buzz, we have the Disky and the ACA.
We're not quite sure who's holding the camera at this point. Apparently it's drifting freely inside the cabin. Or more likely attached to some convenient point within the LEM cabin.
Shadow, checkpoint complete. Right, Shadow.
We're going to go ahead and take all the loop data on back into the command module.
Roger.
This television transmission has now been running about 42 minutes. Spacecraft now about 176,000 miles from Earth.
Apollo 11, Houston. Buzz, it appears that you attempting to put on the sun filter and viewing the sun through the AOT, over.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like it's down a little bit more towards plus 6 than I can be able to see the AOT.
Roger.
We got a beautiful view of the side of the command module out of the AOT, looking in the left rear G10.
Right.
I can see the hatch and all the EVA handrails. First time we've seen the silvery outside of the command module. I can read the letters on the hatch cover that say boost cover release, and a big yellow arrow that points toward the opening
great shot now back down into the...
And left on me.
Go ahead, Buzz, over.
Say again.
I'm just saying we got a great shot looking back into the command module.
Okay. Yeah, on the left G10 I can see the AO, the rendezvous radar. If I move to the forward G10, that's about all I've got. I'm looking eyeball to eyeball.
Right.
Neil Armstrong has apparently been holding the camera, looking back down through the tunnel, and it appears now that he's handed the camera to Buzz Aldrin. This view is still looking back through the tunnel. We see Mike Collins in the background there.
Charlie, is there any concern about the duration that we ought to have the Wednesday open?
Stand by.
Copy. We don't have any circulation in here, and might get a little warm back.
Raj.
Go ahead, Frank. You copy that? Question being any concern over the duration of the window shades are open this morning?
We'll put up a couple of hoses in the command module here and get a little circulation going.
It's really more a function of crew comfort.
Sounds like a good idea, over.
Right. All right, Chuck, and the main thing is so they put them back. Right. Halftime looks like the only concern there is crew comfort, making sure that it's obvious we got to get them buttoned up when they finish.
Apollo 11 Houston, as far as the window shades go in the LEM, there's nothing except for crew comfort. I don't think we got any systems problems. Be sure to put them back up when you egress, over.
We will do. Charlie, I'll give you a view out of the overhead window back looking at the command module right-hand rendezvous window.
Roger. Well, we see it now. Thanks a lot, Buzz. It's a good view through the overhead.
One works on... One works going by the overhead.
Right. There we go. We got it now.
There wasn't very much debris in the command module or the LEM. We found very few loose particles of bolts, nuts, screws, and lead things. Very few in each spacecraft. They were very clean.
Roger. Sounds good. Houston, we have a good view out of the rendezvous. Correction, the overhead window of the LEM, we don't see anybody staring back at us, so over.
Charlie, can you see my two eyeballs staring out of the rendezvous window?
11, Houston, stand by. We haven't picked him up yet.
Flight Telcom.
You're looking through a lot of layers of glass.
Okay, on the ISA placement, recommend that he go ahead and install it back over the panel. Rationale being so that they'll be able to hack the SPS burn.
11, Houston, we had a slight glimpse of Mike in the rendezvous window at that time. It's pretty murky looking into there, though.
Okay, here he is. I've got him on the monitor now.
Okay, we see him staring back at us now.